Welcome everyone! Hope everybody's doing well today on this most Friday of Fridays. Welcome, welcome! I am Spacey Bottlatelli. I'm a gadgeteer bat and a game developer. And today, we are doing game developer stuff. Let's go! I see some team members in the chat too. Hello, Edge. Oh, Tekken 8 just dropped? Nice! Let's go! I wish all Tekken fans a very happy Tekken 8 release. Well, need to pack for your trip tomorrow, Luis? Okay, no problem. The VOD will be waiting as always. Yeah. This is some of the progress I've made on the first like proper nature level. That will come soon, but I feel like I want to show off the file select screen first because now you can actually save. So that's kind of a huge thing that that like a huge step forward in terms of making this game feel like a little bit more complete. So yeah, awesome. Hello, Borb fan, Rob, Ralph, Elfie, Anne, Mike Harvey, Haas, Health Sword. Also we got Smash Max 787. Welcome to the chat for the first time. Hope you're doing well. Just Small Wolf. Welcome! Alright, let me go ahead and take a sippy from this fresh thermos of water. Oh, thank you for the care combo, Hydon, just in time. Alright, I'll take a sippy. Oh, so good. Like, I know that...
Tier 1 sub to edgedrive_art.
Awesome. Thank you for gifting a sub, Rob, to Edge Drive. Let's go. Edge Drive, you now have Battle emotes and Puppo emotes. And a little bit of Mega Man, too. Yeah, like... It's better to have, like, warm liquid when you're talking. Because it helps soothe your throat better, but I just like the feeling of cold water. Like, no matter what year it is. Well, no matter what time of the year it is, I should say. Even if it's like in the winter and like the inside of the house is freezing, I still like drinking cold water. I don't know why. Like, I feel like the only time that I want a warm beverage is if it's like very warm, like it's like tea with honey or like hot chocolate, that sort of thing. I freaking love this soundtrack. Oh, you're hydrating with this clementine? Oh, that's a good way to hydrate too, honestly. If you've got like a juicy piece of fruit, like an orange or a tangerine or a clementine. Yeah. Spacey is built different, yeah. I mean, I do have the wings. I am literally built different. Alright, oh right, speaking of which, I forgot to stretch. Okay, let me stretch my wings real quick. Oh my gosh, did you hear that pop? I love working on this game so much. I'm glad I get to share it with people. Well. Alright, so without further ado, let me just boot up the game real quick and I'll show off some of the things that we have done since my last dev stream, which was a pretty good time ago. It was a couple weeks. Okay, where's the pause button? Let's go. Now you might notice right away on boot up that the title screen jingle sounds a little bit different. I kind of touched it up a bit. Oh, also, how's the volume compared to my voice? I haven't touched it since last time, but I just want to double check. Yeah, last time on Spacey Bat stream. Yeah, Godot's still kind of like the game window kind of lags if there's particle effects going on in the Godot window for some reason. I hope they fix that sometime soon. So far, so good. Let's go. Okay, let me take another sippy. So you might notice, like on the original version of the title screen last time, the first two options were new game and load game. Now it's start game and tutorial. Like you play a tutorial right on the title screen. Oh, JB, hi. Welcome. Yeah, I just got started. Yeah, so there's now a file select screen. And it actually like saves your game automatically, like whenever you finish a mission, and also if you quit the game while in the hub area, it will also save. But yeah, you can start a new game if you want. And the way that deleting files works the same as in Freedom Planet 2, where it kind of like it marks the file for deletion, but it doesn't actually delete it until you leave this screen. I'm not sure if that's clear enough. I might replace that with just a standard "Are you sure?" prompt. But you can just press it again to undo the mark for deletion. Yeah, and it shows how many gears you've collected, how long you've been playing the game on that file, and it also shows the file date and the last location that you saved in. But yeah, and I felt like having the tutorial take place like after the intro cutscene would be maybe a bit too intrusive. I might change it again, but for now it's on the title screen, and you can just pick it, and it's kind of its own self-contained thing.
Hi.
D-Birch, thank you so much for the raid. Oh wow, 3 viewers. Awesome. I'm so glad that you have more than just 1 viewer, because I like, no matter how big the raids are, I really appreciate them, whether it's 1 or like 100. You brought a new friend too. I'm so happy. Kelly Phoenix, hi. Hope you're doing well. Oh, hi. Yeah, the tutorial is unchanged from last time, but I'll just breeze through it real quick to kind of like show you that like after the tutorial is complete, it boots you back to the title screen. So there's no like weird glitches with it overwriting save files. Thank you so much for the follow too. Thank you. Well, when you stream, it's only 1 follower and it's you. I mean, that's still important. Like no matter who you're streaming for, like sometimes you just gotta stream and kind of like put yourself out there, and that way your work will be saved for people to watch later. You had to end earlier than expected. It's taking a strain on your processing power. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, we still got the text box here. This is where you learn how to use Chronicopter. And I did make a little, like a cute little change to the dash animation. If you repeatedly dash, like multiple times, there's like a random chance that you'll cartwheel instead. Look at that. I figured it'd give some variety for people who are like spamming dash to get everywhere. Yeah. Like that's the sort of thing where like those animations aren't inherently necessary, but they just add so much personality. So I still feel like they're worth it in some places. Okay, this is where you reflect. Using haste. Okay. I don't know if I can test it here, but something else that I did is if you get hit by a projectile while you're talking to a dialogue box, oh yeah, no, it won't happen here. But I noticed a problem where if you were like in a conversation with an NPC and you got hit out of it, the timer would not start up again. So that has been fixed. And also, you don't take damage in the tutorial to avoid unnecessary deaths. This part's still fine. And yeah.
Wow.
And I still wanna work some more on the background music because it's too short. And I might remix a different song, like maybe like one of the lo-fi beats that like Crony uses in her streams. I think that'd be like more fitting for like a tutorial setting. Can a tutorial be speedrun? That's something else that's kind of making me wonder if I should have the tutorial take place like in the intro sequence to a new file. Because in that case, you could save your time in the tutorial as a record. Whereas if the tutorial is its own standard thing on the menu like this, then that's not so much the case. But yeah, it brings you back to the title screen. Yeah. And I'll also demonstrate that if you select an existing save file, it will take you to that file. Easy peasy. Well, yeah, the Starship hub is pretty much the same. But yeah, like there's like some of the hubs have these large stretches of land here that like the cartwheel's a nice way to break up the dashing. I'm not sure if this was last stream, but Kobo has an idle animation now. I like that. What? Also, there's kind of an interesting bug. Well, there's still a bug in here where Sana does not appear until you talk to an NPC on the left side of the ship, and then she pops in. But the weird thing was, there was like a bug where if you played the tutorial up to a point where you destroy one of the practice targets, and then either finish it or quit out, and then I loaded the save file where I was in the Starship, and Sana was permanently angry because I destroyed the practice target. And the reason for that is like super weird, because when you hit an enemy in the game, there is kind of like a health bar that appears in the bottom right corner of the screen, showing how much health the enemy has, and that includes like static enemies like the practice targets in the tutorial level. But for some reason, like there's a cooldown timer on those enemy health bars in the corner. Like after a few seconds of that timer incrementing, then the health bar fades away. But for some reason, it wasn't completely resetting. And Sana's angry animation is tied to an enemy health bar appearing. So basically, like the practice target's health bar was like not resetting properly. So when I loaded the save file in the Space Hub, she assumed that I was in combat all the time. So she was like permanently mad. Game design. It's, like, a lot of bugs are like really boring, but that's like one of the more fun ones that I've experienced so far in this game. But yes, I am going to go back to Godot. And there are two, we've made progress on a few different levels, but there are two in particular that we've really made some headway with. And one of them is this stage, which is the first proper nature level of the world tree. The main gimmick of this stage is that you have the ability to switch between seasons. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. And in order to do that, you have to kind of like fulfill like mini quests within each level that will restore like a crystallized tree that allows Crony to tap into its power to travel through time into the future. Yeah, kind of like Click-Clock-Hood almost. It's funny you bring that up because that also has like a time theme, doesn't it? So let me take a sippy. What? Good stuff. All right, so Epps and I came up with a few gimmicks for this stage. One are these kind of like tree trunks that you can like go into in order to warp to different locations. They're basically, they use the exact same code as the Battle Hats in Carnival Railway, which themselves are based on like, you know, like warp pipes in Mario. Basically that kind of thing. And it's really fascinating to me because like, even though they have the exact same behavior, their animations and their aesthetic is different enough that they feel like completely different gimmicks. I like that. And it's something that I highly encourage developers to utilize in games where they have like a bunch of levels. Because that will allow you to kind of like remix gimmicks from previous stages in a new context and with a new combination of like other gimmicks and enemies. Without having to like
put in extra time in development to come up with something like completely different in terms of like scripting. It's something that I feel like I want to get better at. So I think past the first 3 worlds, time, space, and nature, we will start like remixing past gimmicks in that manner, and kind of like giving them a new aesthetic to match their new environment, but just like otherwise keeping the same code. And then we'll come up with new combinations of past gimmicks that kind of like keep them fresh and interesting. It's also a good idea because in a lot of ways, games like this are like they're pretty much like constantly testing the player on what they've learned. So reintroducing like old gimmicks that the player's familiar with, but in a new context, is a good way to kind of like keep the lessons going. Because like, if you think about it, like action games like this are kind of like one extended tutorial. Like you're very subtly trying to teach the player how to play the game at a high level. And nowhere is that more apparent than the final boss of these kinds of games. They tend to have like attack patterns that kind of like force you to like utilize every single ability you've acquired throughout the adventure. Like somebody brought up Click Clack Wood from Banjo-Kazooie. Banjo-Kazooie is a good example of a platform game that does that sort of thing. Like over the course of the game, you gradually like acquire new items and abilities that you can use, and the game will like test your knowledge of how and when to use them. And the final boss fight, or Gruntilda, like kind of like forces you to use everything that you've learned. Your game design senses are improving. Really excited about this. Thank you, Mike. Yeah, I think it's just so cool that even though I have been like making games for such a long time, I'm still learning new things. Especially because of how like I've kind of set these goals for myself to do like things that I wasn't able to do before, such as making like pretty much an entire game in 1 year instead of 7 years. So like kind of in service of that goal, I have learned some like very valuable tips and tricks and like shortcuts that you can utilize in order to work more efficiently. You wish college had fun game exams? Yeah, I did take a few game design courses when I was in college, but my college didn't offer it as a major, so I took computer science. But honestly, I would recommend a more generalist degree like computer science anyway, because I feel like that's more likely to like help you get the skills you need to land like a wider variety of careers. So I am glad I took computer science with only like a few like electives in the game design sphere. Yeah, growing is learning. To learn is to grow, much like the trees in this forest. So, also, see the frog here? So every world has its own slime variant. World of Time has the bell slimes, World of Space has the chocolate slimes, and World of Nature has the frog slimes. Now, what's unique about these, this particular slime variety is that it has different behavior. The chocolate slimes and the bell slimes act exactly the same, but the frog slimes jump higher. They jump higher in exchange for moving slower. Yeah, and I kind of ran into a dilemma at first because originally I drew the frog slime without the mushroom backpack, and I felt like it was a little too difficult to see. Like, because the other slime varieties had stuff on top of their head to make their hitboxes larger. But not only did the frog slime not have that, but it was also like blending in with the background. So the mushroom solves that. Oh, it's Charleston. Yeah, making games. Wow. Okay. So yeah, I quite like how the frog slime turned out. Also, I moved the chainsaw bears from Skytops to this level. I mean, they're still in Skytops right now, but once I start working on it, I'm gonna like come up with a new standard enemy for that. Oh yeah, Mike, you get it. You get it. The frog slime. It has a mushroom on its back, but it's a toadstool. Ah? Ah? But yeah, chainsaw bears are here. It's important that they're here because like the narrative specifically like refers to them in this level. They're responsible for cutting down the crystal trees that allow travel between seasons. And here is a gimmick that Epps came up with, which are like these melody flower platforms. The first one in sequence will always be unfurled in gameplay, you hop on that, and the next one in sequence will open up. And then you hop on the next one, and the next one in sequence will open up. They're timed platforms, so you kind of have to keep up like a decent pace, or else you'll like fold back up and you'll fall back down. But yeah, I like that. I have also created a new power-up, a new item, I should say, like a new collectible. CDs. So as you can expect, collecting one of these will unlock a music track for play. Eventually I'll have like a jukebox in the hub areas, and you'll be able to like play like any CDs that you've collected. I think like having like collectible music tracks for your game is a very like nice and simple way to kind of like create like an optional collectible in your levels, because the music is something that you've already created for the game, and having like a sound test.
Feel it! No one will ever know!
No one will ever know. Yeah, I knew someone was gonna make a CD's nuts joke. But
I'm interested in this.
oh yes, you are. I bet you are. But yeah, like I feel like that's like generally a pretty like cool idea, because not only are you incentivizing exploration by putting like these optional collectibles in places that are kind of like more challenging to reach, but like it gives people a cool reward. If your game has awesome music that people want to listen to, why not like motivate them to seek these things out so that they can play the music inside the game without having to find like a playlist on YouTube or anything like that. Yeah. Oh yeah, I love Alucard. Like, I played Symphony of the Night for the very first time back in October. Oh my gosh, I understand why it's so beloved. It's like, you can tell it's very experimental. Like, Konami really like threw a bunch of stuff at the wall just to see what would stick in terms of like all the weapons and attacks that you can get. But it's just like so charming, and it's got this really cool gothic aesthetic, and Alucard can turn into a bat. That it was that moment that I knew, yes, this is my guy. Oh, yeah. Not to mention it, Mike, it is quite similar to like the vinyl that you can collect in Freedom Planet 2. Pretty much the exact same concept. But I feel like since this game kind of like harkens to like the PS1 era of like 2D platform games, we would do like a CD similar to like a PS1 disc. But yeah, those are the jukebox system is not implemented yet, so for the time being, these will simply like spawn like 10 notes when you collect them. They'll still do that in the final version, but in addition, they will unlock a song in the jukebox, and I'll have it maybe like a prompt at the bottom of the screen pop up showing what track you unlocked. Yeah. I could never figure out how to do the dash move as the bat. Like the input, it seems like very complex. Well, but yeah, and then I also made like a geode golem, which is kind of like I feel like with the variety of enemies in this stage, we kind of need like a heavy hitter. So this one kind of like moves slowly along the ground, and if it spots you, it will slam the ground, and then stalagmites will appear like in rows along the ground, and they'll kind of like launch into the air. Because I was struggling for quite a while figuring out how I could even make this kind of enemy threatening, because the player moves so fast and this enemy moves so slowly that they could simply just like skip them quite easily. So I feel like in this context, like the stalagmites like shooting into the air works. So they not only like threaten the player in their immediate vicinity, but like also like along like a really wide area. Like that's kind of a strategy that I suspect will be that we'll have to utilize for future enemy designs. Like enemies where the threat of getting damaged by them persists throughout like a wide area, or for a particularly long time with like slow moving projectiles, for example. And I think that will make them like a lot more versatile in where they can be used. Okay, so the input for the bat dash is hold X, full circle on D-pad starting from up, and release X afterwards. Yeah, I can't deal with the fighting game like inputs in that game. So I understand why they never came back in any other Castlevania. Well. Okay, so I guess I can give this level a spin. What's made of it, at least.
Wow.
And I've got, like, chirping bird ambiance in the background, of course. Let me move the terrain off screen so it doesn't lag. Okay. So, frog slams are working, and they jump a bit higher. And chainsaw bears are working. And yeah, like, these are the flowers. Like, you jump on them in sequence, and they blink for a little bit and close. And then you can get the CD. Now, for the CD, I found that all the notes being collected at the same time kind of drowned out other sound effects. So only for the CD, the notes have a different, like, piece of audio that is shorter. And you can use these. Yeah, it just feels completely different from the Battle Hats. So I think it was a worthwhile, like, reskin.
Oh, Anthony Gnomes, hi. Hope you're doing well.
And these guys. So you see, they kind of threaten, like, a wide area around them. So you don't necessarily have to deal with them, but if you choose not to fight them, then you kind of have to keep that in mind when you're platforming. And I think they would synergize very well with the flower platforms, because if you choose not to fight them and you're just hopping along the flowers, then, like, all of a sudden there's this stuff that they're doing. Which, let me experiment with that. So I'm gonna take some of these flower platforms. I'll duplicate it here. I have a feeling that maybe their stalagmites don't go high enough for this to be a problem. But we'll see. So flower 7. Gimme. Okay. There we go. So the way the script works is that I just specify what the next flower in the sequence is.
Nice.
And then the final one in the sequence does not have one. Alright, cool. So, my thinking here in this particular kind of setup is that the player will see the geode golem and think, oh, okay, I should hop on the flowers to stay out of its reach. But then they slam the ground anyway, and it kind of, like, causes the stalagmites to shoot up. Let me double check the sight radius to make sure that they'll actually, like, notice the player up there. So I think what I need to do is kind of, like, stretch this up a little bit.
Let's go.
Just like that. And then
I'll hide it.
I'm quite proud of the design too. Like, I actually kind of, like, struggled again a little bit with the design, like, coming up with a good design, because the geode golem is literally a rock with a little face inside, and that's it. And I found that just having, like, the boulder sprites felt a little bit plain. So what I did is I added these golden vines surrounding the opening where the face is, and that kind of, like, draws attention to it in a really cool way. And it gives the design some nice visual contrast in terms of the colors. And I did the same thing by, like, tying, like, the pieces of the arm together in these vines. So now the design feels like it's consistent. Also, did I finish the death animation for this enemy? I don't think so. But yeah, I also put some leaves on top to kind of, like, have it blend in with the surroundings. But yeah, that's always something I recommend if you feel like your enemy or character designs are a bit lacking, is try playing around with a secondary or, like, an even like a third color. Like they're called accent colors. Okay.
Wow.
Okay, so the thinking is that they hop on the flower, but he's still threatening because of the stalagmites.
Yeah.
So the way that I noticed there's a problem where some of the slag might spawn on the flower. The reason for that is because the way that I had to like make special accommodations because there were issues where like if I just spawned them in a row along the ground, some of them would appear inside the ground and immediately get destroyed. So what I did is I used ray casting. So basically, like there's a ray cast that is done like directly above the golem, just above, a little bit above ground, and then that's like that is casted downwards. And as soon as the ray cast hits the terrain, that's the location where it spawns a stalagmite. I think maybe I put the beginning part of the ray cast too high, and that's why it's doing that. So I will go into its code and see if there's something I can do about it.
Gamerbot! Solaris! Welcome. I hope you're doing well. We're doing game dev stuff today, of course, and I hope you have a most Friday of Fridays.
Alright, so where's the raycast? It's right here. So it goes 96 pixels in the air. Let's try 64 instead. I like doing multiples of 8 when I do like coordinate calculations. I don't know why, it just feels nice.
Okay. Bats. Alright,
let's try this again and see if we still have the bug.
Okay. Speed.
I don't want to collect this again. It's just so enticing. It's so like sparkly. Okay. Let's go. That worked. So that's enough of a height difference. Oh, okay. It happened again. Never mind. A little bit more. Yeah, I just think a little bit more because the flower gets pushed down a little bit. So let me do 56. Oh yeah, I love that clip. That was just like perfect timing with Avenel because he was the one who sent that, sent those bits.
Bats.
Yeah, I look back on that clip every now and then. It makes me smile too. I've actually thought about making it my channel trailer, but I think honestly it would like push some people away.
Wow. CD.
Okay, also, yeah, this is the tree trunk that was destroyed by the chainsaw bears. And what I'm thinking is that I'll put like a sapling here that you can talk to, and the sapling will tell you like what you need to do in order to help them restore it. Oh, it's still happening. I wonder if there's a way that I can make it ignore platforms. Like jump through platforms. I think that would be ideal.
Oh, Avenel!
Avenel has been summoned.
Bats!
Yes, Avenel and I are part of a very exclusive club. A club known as the Purple Bat Musician VTuber Gang. I have to see if I can get Ezzy into music composition, and then we could have 3 members. Because Ezzy is also a Purple Bat VTuber. I just don't know if they're a musician or not. I don't think the code's wrong, I just think I need to be more lenient with this. I'll test it again, but at the same time, I will also show off the system that I created in order to swap seasons. Because the graphics for every single season in the stage have been completed. So basically, the way it works... I'm very proud of this background, by the way. Oh my gosh. It feels cozy. So the way it works is that I have a script attached to the tile set here. and I called it the Tile Atlas Swapper. And basically, you specify the start texture here, which is a variable from 1 to 3, with 0 being spring, 1 being summer, 2 being autumn, and 3 being winter. I will go to summer next, because that's the next in sequence. Oh, yeah, since we're about to time travel, Sonic CD music, hit the mood. But yeah, depending on what the texture is, it will pick from a list of texture atlases to apply to the tile set. You can see here that we have the spring one here, and then we have the summer one, and then the fall one, and then the winter. It will do the same thing with the music tracks. So far, we only have a music track for the winter variant, but eventually we'll have them for all 3 seasons. And then we do the same thing with the parallax background. And then, once again, we do another thing for, like, any miscellaneous nodes. Like, I have these separate node trees for spring, summer, autumn, and winter, specifically for gimmicks that might be affected by the season change. Alright, let me take a sippy. Ba 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 ba. Ah, oh my gosh. Ah. Yes, always hydrate is super important. So yeah, that's how that works. Now I've set the start texture to 1, which is summer. So now when we start the level, all of the textures and backgrounds and stuff will be replaced. I love how the summer palette turned out too. Like it's the same forest, but it's got these glowy fireflies and it takes place at night. Because I felt like just like changing the season to summer while still making it the same time of day wouldn't have looked different enough. So I decided to change like the time of day to night as well. And I love how when you go higher you can see like the warm glow of like the fireflies and stuff. It makes it feel like a magic forest. And I don't know if you can hear it, but there's also crickets chirping in the background. Okay, let's test this again. Okay, it works now. So as long as I have my platforms, like... No, it didn't work. I wonder why. It changes. Whatever, it's fine. I don't think I'm gonna put platforms this low anyway. Yeah, I don't think I want the enemy to explode when it gets destroyed. I'm thinking maybe like the little face inside would run away, and then just leave the boulders behind. But yeah, that's summer. I will now show off my favorite season in general, like IRL, autumn. Well, I might still play around with the colors for this season still, just because I feel like it doesn't quite like match what I had in mind. But yeah, this is the autumn palette. Yeah, and once again, to help differentiate it more from the other seasons, it takes place at sunset. You're gonna lose it if you add weather to this too. Yeah, like, I think weather might be a bit overkill, but I could add weather effects in other stages, kind of like the storm that takes place in Jewel Cyclone. Yeah, chainsaw bears. Okay. Let's go. Alright, hold on, I need to do a large cough. Okay, I'm done. Alright, and last but not least is a stage that actually has a song attached to it, which is Winter. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, let's see. So this one takes place kind of in the morning. Kind of like late morning. And this one is quite drastic. it looks so much different than the others. Cause like, in winter, there are no leaves on the trees other than for the evergreens. So I had to completely I had to make sure that the forest canopy still looked fine even without the leaves. So I put in an effort like drawing all the branches and stuff. And I feel like eventually I want to make it so that you like leave footprints in the snow, and like maybe some of the enemies like the chainsaw bears could leave like tire treads in the snow. I'd have to think about the best way to handle that though. It'd probably have to be through shader code so that doesn't lag too much. Oh, you're gonna get ready to hang out with a friend at the arcade? That sounds awesome, Alvanil. I hope you and your friend have a good time. Oh, yeah, I'd love to make, like, the mission in the winter area to kind of, like, put a snowman together. Like a snow sapling. And then the snow sapling comes to life and then helps, like, restore the tree in this area. Also, I want to cover the golem in snow, so that it becomes a snow golem. And then, in winter, the snow golem, instead of, like, having, like, rock stalagmites, like rock spikes, it would have, icicles.
I think that'd be fun.
I'll have to add some like extra scripting to it that kind of like allows it to dynamically change its sprite set. Wow. But yeah, I like the look of this stage, and I added evergreens in the background just for a bit of color variety.
Let's go. Awesome.
So yeah, that's what I've done of the world tree so far. I feel like some enemies could also have different behavior depending on the season as well, but I'd have to think about it a bit more.
Alright, so
next up, if you will recall, I think I wrapped up my last dev stream working on the root beer walker enemy, and that enemy is now finished. He's got all of his attacks and like the walking animation and everything. And like when you destroy the mech, like he kind of like panics and runs around the deck and then like jumps off. And that is specifically for Battleship Aquamarine, which is a stage that I'm very much looking forward to putting more work into today. I specifically today I want to put more work into the intro section before you board the ship, because the way it's going to be handled is that you'll start the level like on like a big asteroid, and then the ship will like be in the background like this, and then the ship, you'll see the ship like fire like lasers out of its cannons, and those lasers will move into the foreground, and you have to kind of like take cover as they zoom by the screen. And then eventually like you'll get like some means of actually counterattacking the ship. Whether it's reflecting its cannonballs back at it, or whether it's like actually like hurling asteroids at it in order to disable its shields. And once the shields are disabled, you'll be able to use a Sonic Gate to transport yourself onto the deck. And from there, you'll reach the second part of the level, which is actually the actual ship section.
okay, so
I could show off what I have so far. Like, the cool thing about this stage that I'm kind of smug about is that like I was able to take the pixel art of the ship, which is, where is it? Here. I was able to take the pixel art of the ship and blow it up 32 times, because 32 pixels long is how big each tile is, 32 by 32. So by increasing the size of the pixel art by 32 times, it made it so that every individual pixel translates into a tile in the level. So you see it's like 1-to-1. And that will extend to like the indoor sections. Like, I imagine like at some point, like somewhere around this area, you'd be able to like enter the ship. And then I started work on like an indoor area right here. And like, I'm still trying to decide what kind of gimmicks I want. In the indoor sections, I was thinking maybe there could be like laser beams that kind of like move left and right. Like if you remember when I played Mega Man 11, like Fuse Man stage, like those kinds of lasers that kind of like get blocked by terrain, but they move around. I think that'd be fun to experiment with for this, and kind of like complement like the hectic nature of the level. Right, so I guess I can just show off like the deck area. There's not much of the level like there yet, but I'm starting to like slowly, like we're starting to slowly connect the pieces. All right, let's see. Well, you're so proud of the tile set. Oh yeah, me too. You did such a fantastic job. Like I've made a bunch of like really cool like posters. Like most of them are root beer advertisements, but there's also like a bunch of like hololive like references in the posters too. I haven't added any of them yet except for one because I don't have the space for it just yet. But once I work more on the indoor sections, then I'll have room to like really like put them all over the place. Also, I still really love the background. Nice. Yeah, and this guy's finished. He throws a wrench, he spits like root beer in an arc, and he erupts root beer in the air, which eventually comes crashing back down. You cannot reflect the root beer, but you can reflect the wrench, if I'm careful. There we go. And he panics when you hit him. He's like, no! Yeah, and there's kegs of root beer in the background and in the indoor sections and like one of the posters. Wow. Hello, Lancelot. Yeah, I consider like the root beer liquid that the Walker fires. I consider that to be kind of like a type of flamethrower weapon. So it wouldn't really make sense for the particle to persist after being hit. Nice. I just have a lot of fun just running around the deck like this and like destroying all the enemies as they respawn. I feel like this stage could use a type of like enemy that like flies around but is very weak, and I could make them like swarmer type enemies that kind of like exist to be fodder, so like the stage feels more like packed with enemies. Nice, let's go. It just feels so good. I can't believe this is kind of things, and I feel like when this stage is done, I honestly feel like it's gonna be like my absolute favorite in the game. Because if you've like seen like my past work on other games, you know that I have like a really like soft spot for like airship raids. I've had an airship raid in every single like project that I've ever made. I just love like the environment and just like the fact that you get to like let loose and just like kick all kinds of butt. And it just feels good to like kick the butts of like so many like enemies as Oral Crony with her like time powers and everything. Let's go. And I think it'd be cute if like in the background, like behind the planet, after a certain point while you're raiding the ship, Sana would kind of like sheepishly poke her head out. She'd be further away in the background than she is in Galaxy Gourmet, but she'd kind of like peek her head out from behind the planet to see what's going on. And then when she sees that Crony's kicking butt, she'll like start like cheering and waving like a little flag with a clock on it, and she'll be like, "Go Crony!" And yeah, not only is this like a Battleship raid, but it's a Battleship raid in space. And I like how the background still makes it feel like it's underwater, even though it's in space. Blake,
Hi. Hope you're doing well.
But yeah, okay, so what I want to do to start with is to work on drawing some asteroid terrain, and that will be like the starting location of all this. And I'll probably put it like really far down, so that's kind of implied that like the ship is like flying overhead. Yeah, it's not gonna be an Easter egg, it's gonna be an actual like part of the background. Okay, let's see. I am going to create... Well, I gotta boot up my drawing program first. There we go. Okay, so new. I will make the tile set, I don't know, like 512 by 256. That should be enough space. Oh, yeah, health sword. So Twitch expanded the number of emote slots, like standard emotes and animated emotes. That's so cool. I want to commission my emo artist for a few more like emotes, but in the meantime, I did upload an emote of myself as a crony.
Spacey crony.
Can't remember if I added anything else. I think that's it. But even with that, I still have like 7 emote slots. It's kind of nuts.
Let's go.
Yep, it's a emo of me as one of Crony's mascots.
Wow.
Okay, so I think I could use the ring platforms in Galaxy Gourmet as a reference for how to draw like the craters on the asteroid. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Okay, where is it? That's not it. There we go. So like this will be a good reference for like figuring out how to draw like crater terrain.
Oh, okay.
So I guess for starters, I want to figure out a good color palette that kind of like complements what's already there. So looking at the stage itself, let's see. The ship itself has like these red colors that contrast nicely with the background. So I'm thinking like maybe like a reddish brown almost. Either a reddish brown or maybe like an orange color. I don't know if orange would look too similar to the sponge cake in Galaxy Gourmet, honestly. It could also be like a cooler color that is still quite different, such as like maybe like purple, for example. Something that captures the ambient lighting rather nicely. So I will go ahead and experiment. Back to the drawing program. So I'm thinking we start with the brightest color being like basically the sky color reflected onto the asteroid. So then you go like down here, and we progressively hue shift as we're going through to darker and darker colors, and we get kind of like a purpley color.
There we go.
I feel like the darkest, honestly, like, I feel like in most cases I want my darkest colors to be like in the blue range. So I'll make that kind of like bluish black, just to give it some really nice contrast. And then maybe I can kind of like shift into purple as we go along. I'll darken that a bit. Let's go. Ah! So then we'll like pivot back to like the cyan color. Ah! Let's move that back over here. Oh, thank you all so much. And I'll desaturate this just a little bit so it doesn't look like completely reflective. Nice. Alright, so this will be our base palette for now. So what I'll do is I'll start with a set of 9 tiles, which will be like a center tile, which is just like a solid color, and then the border tiles. And then for the border tiles, I'll start with one corner and then one surface tile. And that way I can kind of like duplicate them and make adjustments if necessary. Something else I could do if I wanted larger craters that might not fit in a single tile is I could double the tile count. So this becomes the center tile. Da, 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 da. So then we do like something like this. And I'm just laying the groundwork for roughly like how I want this tile to be lighted. How I want the lighting to be. And if you'll notice here, like there aren't really any like solid blocks of color, like square blocks. Like the borders of each color are broken up by like, you know, like circles to represent the craters. So that way, even though there's such a low number of colors, it still has that 3D depth to it. So we very much should take advantage of that sort of thing. So we can do this, and then like move this down here. Wow. Awesome. I can't stop thinking about that turkey club that Mama Spacey brought home for me last night. It's almost like she knew that I was having a rough day. So like, out of maternal instinct, she like got me one of my favorite kinds of foods. Like there's this like local supermarket that kind of like has like a deli section that makes handmade sandwiches. Their turkey club is so amazing, and you get so much for what it costs. Like, their turkey club is like, it's a double decker, and it's just like stuffed with like meat and bacon and vegetables. It's literally 2 meals. Like, I ate half of it yesterday and I was stuffed, and then I ate the other half for brunch this morning before my stream, and I'm still full from it. Oh my gosh. So, okay, I feel like that's like a good strat for the craters. And we kind of want to do the same thing as we do here, where we intersperse like light circles and dark circles with each other, just to kind of break up this like straight line. So, you know, we do this. Well, and then we kind of like do like the opposite. Well, let me do the opposite here. Oh, I heckin' love Latel music. I wish the game itself was better, but at least we got a banger soundtrack out of it. Ah, never mind. That's not. Oh. Wow.
Well,
Is that fine? That's probably fine.
nice. So does anybody have fun plans for the weekend?
I'm probably just gonna chill, like I usually do during the winter. Winter is this Bato's hibernation period. But come spring, I'm gonna do so much walking in the forest. And just like hanging out like in the backyard outside. Especially if the weather's nice, because like I live somewhere where we generally have a lot of precipitation. Like it snows a lot in the winter, it rains a lot in other seasons. So every sunny day we get is precious to me. And we got a bunch of like cool things that we can set up in our garden. We got a cool bunch of Christmas gifts, including some really small, like these absolutely adorable wooden hummingbird houses. So that's gonna be fun once we get to set that up. You're gonna work on a project, maybe? I can dig that as someone who frequently likes to work on projects. You're gonna do a bit of relaxing? Let's go.
Nothing wrong with that.
Oh yeah, did anybody hear about like Berserk Boy finally has a trailer and a release date? I'm so excited. I loved the demo of that when I played it a couple of stages ago. And the creator has been like reaching out to like streamers to see if maybe they wanted to like try the game early. I hope I get picked. But either way, I'm totally playing it when it comes out. Because I know like it's been a struggle to kind of like get it to this point. Like lining everything up with their publishers and stuff. So I'm very happy to see that the game's finally going to be out soon. Yeah, I'm so hyped, and the special abilities like look so good.
Da 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 da. Ba ba. Wow.
And like the creator of it is like a very amazing pixel artist. Especially with like doing like special like particle effects and stuff.
It's so good.
Alright, let's palette shift this upwards, and we've got ourselves some nice crater patterns that we can kind of reuse. And I feel like at this point I kind of want to add like another type of crater. Like in a different size. That's fine.
Wow. Da 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 da. Oh my gosh.
Why is this not lining up properly? Here we go.
That looks a little better.
Actually, let me move that over a little bit.
Nice.
Yeah, because I feel like maybe this crater could stand to be a bit smaller. Either that or I should add some larger craters to offset it. Yeah, let me try adding larger craters. Just have to make sure. There we go. Well. That might be backwards. Do that way. Okay. No, it doesn't look 3D. I wonder what the dealio is that. Oh, I should add some circles up here too. There we go. Wow. Bum, 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 bum. I'll do the same thing here, well, where I'll just move this up here, but then palette shift it. Nice. Come on. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. It's starting to look less like there's like clear distinctions between each light level. Music slaps. Oh yeah, it does. It's another gravity circuit tune. Well, kind of like, I guess it doesn't need to be a straight line in all places, like in terms of like circles, like we could add a little bit of a curve here. Kind of break it up a bit that way. Is that the same as the other one, I wonder? Okay, I don't think it is, so I'm just gonna make sure the dimensions are consistent there. Nice. Oh, you're doing art yourself as well? Oh, you're drawing the fairy who created Pell Crash? Let's go! We need more We need more friend and fairy art. That stream was so much fun. Ashley's Arcade. I want to do that again sometime. It's really fun to just like play arcade games without any context. Ba-ba. Just let the fairy take the wheel in that regard. Probably send it in the server when you're done. Let's go. I look forward to that. Shadow, heroes rise again. Not your friend. There we go. Yeah, you can kind of see now, like with the straight lines going, it's starting to feel like true asteroid terrain. I'll just add a bit of like rough stuff up here. Let's go. That you search for so long. Oh, Rob, thank you for care combo. Oh, thanks, Suppy. Ah. Ah, awesome. Okay, let me stretch. I'm also going to read a DM I'm receiving.
What the dog doing?
No. It's nice to receive kind messages. Oh! You're gonna make me blush, friend. Okay, so I feel like this might be good enough to work with for now, and then I can maybe polish it up a bit later. Oops. Okay, there we go. What, you love seeing me blush? You look even cuter. You look cute. Okay, there we go. That's cool. Oh, hail, shadow, heroes rise again. Waiting it. That always cute. No, I'm blushing for real. Ah! Okay, so here, I suspect an issue with smoothing this out. Well, actually, no, I think I should be fine. Because we are double layering the border. You will take the compliments, or we will keep them coming. Joking, but also serious. There we go. Let's go. Quick, attack her with all the kindness you have. Trying to redeem head pats. Wait. I think if people redeem head pats too quickly, like the next head pat in sequence cancels out the first. Oh. Okay. Another certified T-Lopes banger. I know quite a few people who only play Sonic Superstars in time attack mode so that they don't have to deal with the bosses. Because they're so, like... Because, like, as your skill level improves with the game, like, you can get through the levels a lot faster, but there's really nothing you can do about the boss fights other than just wait for them to be vulnerable, and then hit them at the earliest possible opportunity. So, like, there's no, like, real, like potential for, like, speedrun tech for, like, the boss fights in the game, which is a shame. But at least in Trip Story, skips have been found for, like, literally every single boss fight in the game except for the last boss, I think. Yeah, nothing compliments a fast action game like having to wait. To be clear, there are situations where it could be beneficial to give players a breathing room, such as like hazards that kind of like run on a timer, to where like every 3 seconds, maybe like a lava geyser erupts, and you kind of, if you're not fast enough to like get past it before then, you kind of have to like wait and catch your breath for a little bit. Like, stuff like, and also like the flower platforms that I showed off early in the stream, where like you have to jump on them in sequence, and after like a certain amount of time, they like turn off again. Like that sort of stuff, like actually like serves complements like speedy action gameplay quite well, because like there's a purpose to like waiting in those contexts. Let's see. I feel like I want to round this corner more, but I might have to redraw the circles here. Yeah, something like that. Nice. Oh, been meaning to ask about the platforms? How do I program them? Yeah, they basically, like, when you land on a platform, like, you specify the next platform in sequence in the inspector. So when you land on a platform, it will automatically activate the next one in sequence. And it will also, like, set the timer on it so that after a few seconds it folds up again. Oh, PelVT, thank you. I'm glad you like my glasses. They're my game dev glasses. I tend to wear them during my game dev streams. Well. Ah! Okay, that's fine.
There we go. Spaceland. Okay, let's see. Alright, cool. So I feel like at this point I could now kind of like flip and rotate in order to make the other corner. Yeah, something like that. I'm just gonna delete the color here just so I can keep the curve that's there. There we go. Oh, that looks good. That looks very good. I just need to make sure that this loops properly. I also want to like get like rid of this right here. Well, what's your favorite thing about space? Yours is space? Yeah, me too. I like space. Well, I like stars and planets. That sort of stuff. Nebulas. How long have I been a dev? Well, professionally or unprofessionally? Because, like, in a hobbyist sense, I feel like I started game dev when I was 11 years old. So, like, at this point, like, over 20 years as a hobbyist. But as a professional, I have been making games since, let's see, 2011, I think? So, around 14 years? 15? Either way, it's impressive. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so now what I want to do is see if this will loop properly when we rotate it. It does not, but that's to be expected. So I think what I could do to make it loop more seamlessly is like shrink this crater a little bit. Nice. That's fine. Oh, you started in 2016? Let's go! Okay. Awesome. I feel like that is more conductive to it, like, looping properly.
a bit more speckles around. There we go. So let's see how this does. Like that? Ah, almost. So I feel like what I want to do is I want to flip this horizontally, and then we can kind of like remix this a little bit. Like that. And then we'll get like this smaller crater here, replace the big one here. I'm sure there's a shortcut I can use to making this kind of terrain. But for now, I'll just be meticulous like this. Nice. Oh no, Wahoo intensifies. Wah, and I cannot emphasize this enough. Who? I wanna collab with Alex again sometime soon. Maybe when she's like not dealing with like medical issues. We can hang out together. She's such a kind person. She's like one of the kindest people I've ever met. And I feel so lucky to have a friend like her. She's been doing okay. Like, it has helped significantly that she was able to get the money she needed for her medical procedures. But I think she's still in like a recovery period after getting the procedure done. Nice. Okay, that should be fine. Let me try moving some of this stuff down. Awesome. So hopefully we've got like a setup here that loops seamlessly. Nice. Let's go! It loops. Perfect. So from here, we'll probably just do this and then like loop it that way. Okay. So So I do notice this needs to kind of like connect properly. Been quietly vibing with lunch to your stream. Got me comfy through the midday as always. Oh, thank you, Yomi. How did your pizza tower playthrough go like yesterday in terms of like? I heard you say something that it could like very well push you towards partner. But I was there for the finale when you beat the final boss. That was really cool to see.
Well. Awesome.
Yeah, I can't wait to collab. Like, it seems like everything's gonna line up for, like, next week, but, like, we'll have to see. Like, we don't want to set it in stone until we're, like, 100% sure. You beat it and loved it? Let's go! So after today, it's a really low number stream, so if that goes away, the new average will come tomorrow night. Might meet 75. Awesome! That makes me happy to hear. I'm rooting for ya. And I know that Aki is also pushing for partner. So I hope everything works out in that regard. For both of y'all. And I'm really curious to see, like, what kind of effect being, like, a Twitch partner has on, like, viewership numbers and, like, the amount of exposure that you get. You're kicking butt too? That's why you're rating Aki a lot? I'll have to remember that, like... I would have rated you yesterday if I was able to hang on, like, just a few more minutes at the end of my stream. I keep forgetting that you stream, like, after 5. Well, I will definitely keep that in mind for next week if you're still going through, like, the push at that point. And what's really cool about it, too, is that, like, our communities both seem to have a lot of overlap. So, like, I'm genuinely, like starting to feel, like, the positive impact of, like, having, like that mutual support between your community and, my community and Aki's community. Just keep having fun. You're always lovely to just relax around. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, last time I checked my, my numbers, I'm pulling in, like, an average viewership of, like, 58. Which is a lot better than I was expecting it to be. Like, particularly because I don't really, like, do this to get partnership. I just like sharing, like, my game design stuff with people. But it's nice to know that because, like, you and Aki are, like, actively pushing for partner, and you're actually, like, seeing, like, legitimate results from that effort. So it's good to know that if I were to ever, like, fully commit to it someday, that it would be worth it. Yeah, I feel like lately we've been pretty consistently hovering like around the 50 range. And I notice it tends to sometimes go up to, like, you know, like the mid-high 70s during the climax of any games that I'm playing. Like when I'm facing off against the final boss. Why is this an odd number? Did I oopsie? Okay, this is, okay, how am I gonna work around this? Oh, I see. Wow.
Oh no.
All I need to do is move this down. Because I have to make sure that the tile set is 32 by 32. There we go. Awesome. Yeah, I love this song. Let me just pull this stuff right here. Nice. Let's bring more over here. Awesome. Let's go. So now it should properly give me an even number of tiles in the middle. Of course, the problem with making it double wide like this is that I also need to make like single wide variants. But it's fine. I don't feel like the terrain on the asteroid's gonna like need to be precise enough for that. So I'll just bring this over here and then I'll start doing slope stuff. A sprite skewing is not very good. I'm just gonna boot up Photoshop in the background real quick just to do the slope stuff. La la boo. Hey, hey, yeah, ba ba boo. La la boo. Ba ba boo. Okay. Okay, I just gotta make sure that I get this correct. What the heck? I don't want it to do that. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay. There we go, that looks better. So now we go in the opposite direction. Yeah, mama. Woohoo! This is not... Okay. Awesome. Nice. I will just remove this color. And yeah. Mama, in the bedroom,
Oh, thank you for the care combo, Dark Moon. Okay, I'll take Zippy. Come on. Ah, good stuff. Stretchy. Oh. Oh, I hear the pops. Let's go. Have I already been streaming for 2 hours? Holy crap. Wow, that is surprising. Yeah, like, it's very easy to lose track of time when I am doing pixel art stuff. But I hope it is still enjoyable to, like, kind of relax to. Well. Chupa. Ba 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 ba. Okay. As the saying goes, time flies when you're having fun. Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's go. Oh my gosh. Okay. Bye, up there. Okay. I should save this, because I have not saved it since I started. Okay. So we are gonna save it as a separate tile set from the ship. Asteroid. Okay, last but not least. Oh, I should add like a blank tile here. My goodness. So now what I need to do is come up with a tile for the inside corners. And I feel like kind of get to rotate this counterclockwise and get something from that. Ew. Like this? No. There you go, like that. Cool. I think out of all the Pokemon games that I've played, my favorite, the one that has my favorite story is Sun and Moon. But then again, I haven't played Black and White, and I heard that that one has the best story. Well, I will admit that Sun and Moon has the problem with most modern Pokemon games, where if you've already played the game and you're starting a new save file, there's no way to skip all the tutorial stuff and all the hand-holding. But the first time going through it, it's quite fun. Can confirm Gen 5 has one of the best Pokemon stories. Let's go! Okay.
Nice. You remember being so hyped for Sun and Moon as well as Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon? If you had gotten to play them, you might have become a Pokemon fan. Oh, I'm sorry to hear you didn't get to play them. Yeah, I remember a lot of hype around like the Alolan forms too. Okay. Give me this. Okay, that's cool. Alright, I think that's a good enough corner tile for now, so we will do. Let's duplicate that. Move it down here. Okay, is that gonna... Okay, we need to move it over a little bit. I almost feel like we could kind of push this up a little bit and only have to make one tile. Because if we look at these corner pieces, like they're only like poking out just a little bit. So if I were to reduce the size by just a smidge, like that, then we could get away with just doing this for the inside pieces. And maybe the outer pieces too. I'm gonna rotate this counterclockwise. Nice. Why are there Pokemon games in different versions at the same time? Yeah, it all started with the very first ones on Game Boy, where they had two separate versions of the game that had different sets of Pokemon you collect, specifically to encourage trading with friends. And that has been kept into the modern day ever since, where people have to kind of like choose which version they want and then trade that way. But I feel like nowadays, yeah, it's just for money, because there really is no reason for this Pokemon to be split between two different versions, because the in-game trading options where you can like swap Pokemon with people online kind of like eliminates the need to like trade locally with friends. Oh yeah, Fire Emblem Fates did that, right? So I feel like I want to retool this just a little bit, because I feel like if I could just push the dark purple sections up by a few pixels, we could make this into a single tile setup. Da da. Ba da ba 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 ba. Da 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 da. Okay, I moved that by 3 pixels, so... let's move it by 2 more. Nice. Shoo! Okay. And I feel like I need to move this over a little bit. Let's see. Cool. So, with this in mind, we don't have to do this anymore. So we have a single tile setups. And we can be a little bit more precise with the terrain this way, I think. So what I will do now, rotate this counterclockwise. Rotate 180 degrees. Yeah. Fuck yeah. That's gonna be easier to work with, I think. So I'll move this inside here. And we have everything we need now between this and the slopes. So I will save this, and then we will go back to Godot and set this tile set up. You love the fact that back in Gen 1, 100% accuracy was 255 out of 256, so you could legit miss a 100% hit move. Oh my gosh, yeah, there were a lot of weird glitches in Gen 1 that still fascinate me to this day. And like, that's still one of the reasons that I like every now and then I'll casually watch some of JRose11's challenge videos. They're really interesting. Like, he does his best to like try beating like Gen 1 with a single Pokemon that he kind of like hacks into the game at the start. And like, the Pokemon starts at level 5 just like a normal starter would. And like, some of them have been like legitimately like extremely difficult, and then other ones of course have been very easy. And he's been like making a tier list of how easy it is to like do like the one Pokemon challenge with each Pokemon that exists in that game. And aside from that, I just love like researching like the glitch Pokemon that are in that game as well. Like, some of them have some really strange effects that have like a weird sort of logic to them. And it's kind of like an example of like early, like a really early example of analog horror in the way that some of them behave. Yeah, Missing though is the most famous example. And there's also like a Pokemon, like a glitch Pokemon called like H-Trainer Poke or something that like is like the most dangerous one of all, that like legitimately like could brick your entire cartridge if you have it use its weird moves. And then there's one in Pokemon Yellow that is just like, the name of it is just the female symbol, and its sprite makes it look like this red like crack in reality against a black void. And if you encounter it in the wild, its cry is infinite, so you'll never be able to start the battle and you have to like reset the game. That's probably my favorite one, just because of how like unintentionally scary it is. Like, if I could find, I'll see if I can find a video of like someone like encountering that Pokemon in the wild through hacking. It's quite creepy. Yeah. Donkey Kong Country 2 had a cart brick glitch too. Oh, yeah, like developers of Game Boy games back then had to come up with like lots of shortcuts and tricks to kind of like fit large games into such a small cartridge space. But of course, the downside with that, especially with games like Pokemon, for example, is that by taking those shortcuts, it means that if someone finds a way to trigger arbitrary code execution, they can basically rewrite the entire game file if they want. Yeah, just like Pokemon Gen 1 glitch Pokemon are just like the coolest example of like unintentional like creepypasta. Just a way that like how stuff can be scary because the developers never intended for it to intended for it to exist. Whereas like, in some ways I feel like that's even creepier than many like games that are intentionally built to be scary. You had to remove the battery to reset the save, otherwise the cart is unusable. Because of corruption, yeah. Let's see. I will go back to Godot. And now we will set up asteroid terrain. I feel like I could use the same tile map as the ship itself. But of course I'll just draw it all the way down here instead. So what I will do is I will go back to the tile set setup, and then I will add a new atlas. And from there we can pick. the asteroid terrain that we have just created. And yes, well, actually, no, I don't want to automatically create tiles because I only use the sphere here as a reference. Although it might be fun to play around with circular terrain at some point just to see how the player reacts to it. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, like another creepypasta, like a fake creepypasta that kind of fascinates me is like the Godzilla creepypasta. That was very well put together in terms of the writing and the fact that it was accompanied with like screenshots of what was going on. And somebody actually like started making a fan game of that, but but I think that has not been like updated in like 10 years. Well, okay, I'll yeah, the NES Godzilla creepypasta was like it was so cool. Just a really cool example of like making like surreal horror environments. Also, thank you, Rob. Thank you for care combo. Okay, I'll take Sippy and Stretchy. Ah. Oh, you still reference Still the Best 1973? Yeah. Oh my gosh. I remember that. That kind of like unintentionally makes that character the comic relief, doesn't it? A friend of yours is a Godzilla-themed speedrunner and he speedruns it? Oh, cool. Right, I have stretchied. So now we're gonna set this up. I'm going to pick these tiles specifically. And this one. And the slopes. And now, I'm just gonna pick everything and then set it to the default square shape. And then from here, I will specifically set the geometry for the slopes. Because the slope terrain's gotta be slopey. Is that? I think that's correct. Okay. So slopey. We do this? Okay. This is probably fine. Why does this look so weird? Oh, I think I messed up with the... Oh well. As long as it's connected, as long as like the actual like terrain geometries. Oh yeah. I remember that password in the original Metroid. And not only it's so weird because not only does it soft lock the original game, but it can brick your 3DS if you play the 3DS eShop version. I don't know why it does that. But for whatever reason, it causes a glitch so severe that it not only like soft locks the game itself, but whatever like emulator it's being run on. Which of course is bad for Nintendo's case with like the emulator that they used for NES games on the 3DS. Oh, the DS is the one that it bricked. That's so weird. Cause it's just like emulation. How could it brick the DS too? Yeah, I guess that's the crux of the issue, Dog Velber, is that the fact that the cart should not have autonomy to write to console areas of memory. But it's just the funniest thing, just what the actual password is like, it's like engage Ridley mother effer. Why that, of all phrases? Yeah, thankfully they patched it a little bit. They added a failsafe for like the NES Classic and Nintendo Switch Online versions of the game. Oh my gosh. Da, 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 da. Okay. I'm getting a message. Hold on. Okay, cool. So from here, I guess we could start building out our asteroid terrain. I should zoom out so I can actually see what I'm clicking on. Okay, let's go here. Let's do some of this. And then I'll do this. Oh, you just remembered if you updated your DS, it won't get bricked by Metroid. But if you didn't, then, oh, okay. Okay, let's move this up here, shall we? What's the dog doing? Move this up here. They barky.
What the dog doing?
They barky. We kind of move this like over here, I guess. That's probably fine. Okay. Cool. Just placing random asteroid terrain around. Just to see if the physics will feel good. Nice. Okay, move this down here. Actually, let's do this. Awesome. You sent the Ashley drawing in the server? Oh, I want to see, I want to see, I want to see. I'll see. Let's go. It's so cute. Yeah, that captures her perfectly. You did a good job. Let's go. Okay, I'm gonna put this down here. I guess do this. Very meticulous. That's probably fine. And now we fill in the empty space on the inside. We got ourselves a nice little asteroid belt.
It's Ridge Racer. Ridge Racer.
It's Ridge Racer. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here, let's move this down. Oh, I should probably move the asteroid terrain down even more. So there's no chance that we'll actually see the underside of the ship. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna pause. And I'm gonna test this out real quick. Awesome. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Fits the color palette of the sky too. Let's go. Okay. Nothing like drawing a tile set and seeing it brought to life in the sense that you can walk around and everything.
That's better.
Ah, Yummy, thank you so much for the 5 months. Thank you, and a 3-month streak. Let's go. I appreciate your support very much. Thank you. So now what I want to do now is kind of make it so that the not only do we have the ship in the background, but that it will actually try to attack us in the foreground as we make progress walking across the asteroid. And one of the ways that I could do that is by adding heckin' laser beams. Do I have lasers already? Let me see. Laser. I've not drawn laser beams, like bespoke laser beams for this ship. So I will go ahead and do that. I guess for now I can make it part of the asteroid tile set. So I will go back to the drawing board. And the lasers don't need to be that large because the ship is like in the background. Well, I imagine that we could have like red laser cannons. Actually, I might have an idea. I might do a silly. Hold on. I'm going to take I have an effect that is basically just like a glowy circle somewhere here. There it is, effect circle. So we got this. This will be the center of our laser beam. I will set it to bilinear filtering so it remains smooth even at this small size. I will set it to be really small like that. And then I'll stretch it out to like 8. And I'll give it that. Okay, this one's gonna have. I'm gonna change the color of it to red. And then this one in here, I'm gonna make this one even smaller. And there we go. We got a laser beam. Ta-da! And the cool thing about this laser beam is that I could scale it so that it starts really small and then it kind of like stretches all the way to like a really long size and then kind of like moves forward so it looks like it's kind of like slowly disappearing. Sharks with freaking laser beams attached to their heads. Okay, so laser. Center. So what I want to do here is I want to set an offset on this texture. I'll set the offset to 64. That way when we scale it, it will move to the right.
Is it? Does it have to be 64 or is it 32? Okay, it's 32. And I'm gonna position this so that it starts precisely at the nose of this cannon here. And I notice the cannon is kind of like tilted at a slight angle. It's not completely forward facing, so let's do like negative 2 degrees. That about lines up with it, I think. So now shenanigans will happen where I will create an animation for this. Actually, I should refrain from creating an animation until I've created laser cannons for everything else. Let's see, how many do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's more of like an anti-air thing, so I won't include that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'll add the lasers in their own subgroup, just so that when we add an animation player to it, it'll be a little bit easier. And I'll call this laser 1. And I think this is pointing in the same direction, so we can do the same thing without changing the angle. Laser 2. I'll start with the huge ones first, and then we'll see if the smaller ones are necessary. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Okay. No, this is... 2 degrees isn't enough. 8 degrees is... probably fine, yeah. Actually make it 10? No? 10. Okay, that's better. What happens, wow, what does this look like when I shrink it? Okay. So when I shrink it, it kind of looks like that, so I feel like I need to push it in a little bit. Either that or adjust the offset to be like... Yeah, 31's fine. That way when we, cause in order to get the firing effect, all we really need to do is scale it. And if it's scaled in such a way where when it has a scale of 0, it is overlapping the turret gun, then it'll look nice. Nice. Let me save real quick. Pew, pew, pew. Okay. So this one moves over here. And I think this is the same angle as this other one. Move this one over here, and this one is a little bit narrower of an angle, I guess. Let's try 4 degrees. See how that looks. Yeah. Nice. And then we got, oh yeah, we got this gun here. I bet this would be fun. I bet like it'd be fun to have each of these like have a different effect on the asteroid terrain. Like with these lasers, I bet they could be like... I bet they could like send like vertical columns down from the sky, or like diagonal columns or something. And then for this one, it could send like a barrage of smaller projectiles. And then for the big cannons here, it could send cannons in like an arc that kind of like drop down straight down once they hit the foreground. Okay, so those lasers are set. Well, okay. So let's see how this looks with just these ones. Well, actually, I kind of want to add one more to that over there. And this one is straight on. Let's go. Okay. 6 lasers. Now we had an animation player. Okay, lasers. Okay. So we are going to add scale for all of these as a keyframe. No, that's position. Nice. We want the scale for all of these to start at 0. And just to test out, I will only do this one first. What skill do we have to begin with? Okay, 0.1. Pew. Okay. That's pretty good already. Pew. So now from here, I feel like a way we could kind of like get around having to physically move it is by adding offset as a keyframe and then adjusting that. There we go. So we kind of like put this here. And then we move the offset to 0, I guess. Wait, no. We gotta go the opposite direction, -64. Oh no, it only affects that one. Okay, let me rethink this. Efficiency. Something we could do. No, that's gonna be dependent on where they're positioned. I guess I'll add keyframes for every single one of them, including the centerpiece. It's too bad that I can't highlight multiple objects and then add everything at once. So I'll just go ahead and do these two for now, just to see what it looks like. .64. Okay. Pew. Okay, this should loop. Except when it loops, it should clamp. So that way it doesn't like reset gradually to its original value. Yeah, I like that. It works. Works for me. Yeah, maybe there is a plugin to kind of like set keyframes for multiple nodes at the same time, as long as the property is kind of like the same between them. But like, it still like pleasantly surprises me just how many people are like actively contributing to Godot in recent times. They've already added a lot of good quality of life features from the community. Oh yeah, that's the beauty of open source projects. Okay, so this one is good. Honestly, I feel like maybe I could just have separate animators for each laser beam. That way I don't have to like fiddle around with these other 6. Okay, let's see. Okay, so it's this one. I will rename this. And I'll just put the animator right in here. Pew. Okay, I need to set this to a more reasonable value. Pew, 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 pew. Sweet. I feel like maybe I could have like a charge glow in the middle. Let me try that. Oops. Okay. I'm just gonna put this in here. Laser 1. I'll rename this to beam. And let's add a new sprite that we call Charge Glow. Is this? Okay. I want the transform to be handled by this. So we do this. And I'll get a light. And then I'll make its material additive blending to give it like more of a light feel. And then basically what's going to happen is it's going to be transparent at first, but it's going to shrink and then increase in transparency at the same time. So it really gets the sense that like you're charging up the laser beam. That's one of my favorite ways to kind of like warn the player when something is about to fire. So in that sense, we will take the charge glow and we will make its scale into a keyframe and its self-modulate, which is its color. Okay, move this over here. Right there. 0. Okay, so this should have the effect that we want. Almost. Almost. I'm gonna clamp it. There we go. Okay. I just want to make the effect take a little bit longer. And then I guess something else that we could do is do the same thing as we did with the beams, where we set a little bit of an offset. Let's do 10. See how that feels. Let's go! I like it. Pew, pew, pew. I do feel like maybe I could use a different texture for the charge glow, actually. I'll use the circle effect. Yeah, it feels a little nicer. I just need to set the initial scale a bit smaller.
Yeah. Awesome. Oh, that looks so good. Okay, so every single like laser has its own animator, and that way we can kind of like have more fine-tuned control in the script over the order in which they're fired. So, okay. Duplicate this. Let's go. Move this one here. And, okay. I need to adjust the rotation. But I want to adjust the rotation of the beam. Like elsewhere. Well, it's probably fine. Like this. 0. Da, 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 da. Okay, so let's do a rotation of 10 degrees, I think it was here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Now we move this up here. What the? Cool. It's gonna feel pretty good. Okay, what about this one? Let's go. Oh, I think this is gonna look really good in motion. I just have to come up with a good effect for like the cannonballs. Care combo, thank you so much, Saturn, for the care combo. I will take a sippy and stretchy. Well. E. Okay, sippy taken, now stretchy. Ugh. I have to come up with cool new like channel point rewards. Like, both my friends Aki and Yomi have some like really good ones. I just have to like look up how to like handle like the code and stuff like that. And how to like integrate it with your model. Well. But it's nice to know that like it's not like a deal breaker in terms of whether or not people stay engaged with your channel. Or we got chill battle vibes here. Right, so here, and then I was thinking that like this like Gatling gun thing could shoot like smaller projectiles. So let me come up with a quick particle system for that, handling that. Oh no, I don't want a sprite 2D, I want GPU particles. So, I'll just call it turret fire.
And the type... I guess we can use... Wait. Let's do lens flare? I bet that'll look nice. We'll do additive blending, and then we'll create a particle process material. Oh, that's bright. Display, scale. Okay, that's a little more reasonable. Well, let's make it a little bit smaller than that. 0.05. We do not want this to be affected by gravity because there's no gravity in space except in the foreground, because, like, I don't want to deal with, like, low gravity physics for the player. Okay, 0. And we want to spawn at a velocity that is relatively consistent. Let's do a speed of 500. Pew, 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 pew. That's probably fine. Could I do sprite trails? Enable sprite trails? Oh, okay, now it looks like sustained gunfire. So, why is it, like, weirdly offset? Because it's at a point spawn. Let me try box. Do like 4. 0. I don't think I have the scale set to anything weird. Maybe if I just move it over a little bit. Something else I could try is I could try masking. Masking like the start part here where there's seams with a like a secondary particle effect. Okay, let's do like turret muzzle flash. And I'll do the same thing. I'll do the lens flare. Ah, that's bright. Let's do 0, 1. No gravity. Let's put this right here. And then we'll have it shrink over time. Wait, no, expand over time. Okay. Let's see. Something like that. And then over time the color kind of like disappears a bit. Color ramp. Oh, right, I also need to get additive blending applied. Nice. Okay, we don't really need that many of them. And then when they spawn, do a little bit of size variance, I guess. Let's do a little bit of movement. How did I scale the size again? I feel like that's not fast enough. So maybe I could reduce its lifetime.
Oh, thank you for care combo again. Alright, I'll take Sippy. And Stretchy. Okay, I'm getting a DM. Oh, sweet! Bob says that Iris's theme song is cooking. Me too. Let's go. Iris has a lot of really good singles, so I get quite excited whenever we like remix her tunes. Okay, I still feel like the muzzle flash is not impactful enough. Maybe if I do the opposite, where it starts big and then it goes smaller again. There we go, that's more like it. Pew, 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 pew. Let's change the color a little bit, actually. Let's make it like gold. Like a goldish orange. That's better. I'll copy that over to the actual turret fire too. Nice! Oh, that looks good. It's simple but effective, especially at this resolution, where you won't really see it. There's no need for a lot of detail because of how small it is, because it's like a background decoration. Do the hololive characters have model sheets? They do. All of them do, actually. I got my model references of the talents from the virtual YouTuber wiki. I mean, they've all posted their model sheets individually, like the artists that created them. But you'll generally, like, the virtual YouTuber wiki is very handy because it usually has like gallery references for everybody. And I'm even on that wiki, and there's a gallery section for me that has like my model reference sheet, which is really cool. And I think Lancelot in our community is the one who actually set that up, so thank you. Mama. Let's see, I'm just like responding to somebody on Discord. Let's see. Everyone say things. Yeah! Yeah, they do. Okay, cool. Nice. So, I feel like I'm gonna put this in a separate, in its own node. That way I can just like call like both of these at the same time to turn them off, and also maybe tie them to another animation player. Well. So for this, I will start with the off parameter. What we'll do is we'll control it through the emitting property. Well, nice. Okay. So we duplicate this. And then this just simply turns the flags on. We could even tie an audio stream player to this, so that like the animation actually like it controls the sound effect rather than the script file. But I will work on implementing like a sound effect in the future, like maybe off stream.
But I think since this is in the background and it doesn't really need any positional audio in the sense, we could probably get away with like just like a general audio streamer rather than one that is like positional. So I'll just put these here just for now, just so we have them for later. Okay. Use an auto load for all the audio related things for extra control. Nice. Yeah, I haven't really experimented too much with that just yet, but it's nice to know that it's there. So for all of these animation players here, I want to set this to 0. Never mind. Okay. Yeah, because the lasers aren't going to show at the start of the scene anyway. And then I guess the last thing on my to-do list for this background spaceship is to have like a effect for the cannonballs firing. I think we could use as a base the turret flash. And I feel like in this case, we would have all of the cannons fire, like in a sequence. So I will tie all 6 of them to the same animator. Well, okay. Let's go. And I want this to be a new particle system. Daytona! I freaking love Daytona, USA. Hi, hi. We don't want any velocity. Maybe it should be more like a traditional pirate cannon where like there's smoke coming out of it. Let me try that. So what I will do in this case is I will use like a ring effect. And then I'll have that like scale outwards instead. Blue, blue skies. Blue, blue skies I see. Blue, blue skies. Blue, blue skies I see. Whoops. Why does this have such a low frame rate? Oh. I wanna fly sky high. Wanna fly, fly, flies. I wanna fly sky high. Okay, cool. So there's that, and then I'm also going to oh my gosh. I am feeling good. I'm just so proud of everybody. Like, we've been cooking so hard. Like a couple months ago, I would not imagine that we would actually be at this point so soon. Like, I knew, like, right from the beginning when we were planning out all the levels that this level Battleship Aquamarine would be my favorite to work on, and I'm finally here. And it's gonna have a boss fight too that I'm quite looking forward to working on, which is a defense core. I believe I've shown it in a past stream. I just need to figure out the attack pattern and everything.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a new particle system with, oh, okay, do I have smoke? I've got, like, the Wind Waker smoke, but that's not what I want. Maybe I could use... Okay, I got an idea. I'm gonna go look at, like, the standard, like, enemy explosions. Common cutscenes, effects. Okay. I'm gonna look for, like, a dusty explosion. Here we go. Da, 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 da. Pew. Pew. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna take this and then use this as a basis. And I'm gonna set this to be one shot. Okay, so there's this. Ah! I'm so excited. Bob is such a good musician. Like, everybody I've worked with is like so good. Like, we recently, one of our writers, Excess, like, Excess is, like, on the writing team along with me and Trip. But, like, she also does, like, music composition on the side. And it took a little bit of encouragement, but, like, we asked her if she would be interested in helping us compose some music tracks, and she accepted. And she's been cooking too. Like, she's so good.
Well...
Yeah, Bob is the guy. Oh, he just sent me a sample. But, like, I don't want to stop the music and stop everything just to listen to it, so I'm gonna hold off for an hour. Like, I usually end streams an hour from now. So what was I doing? Okay. So I feel like we need to scale this down. And then I will make it spread out a little bit less. Only like 5 pixels in either direction. Oh my gosh, Zerk's just listened to it and he's like Bob, you should be putting warnings up to warn others when you post banger songs. I can't wait until we get to the point where, like, because I've been sharing, like, gameplay footage and screenshots and artwork and stuff on the Chrono Gear Twitter account. I can't wait to get to the point where we can share, like, standalone music tracks as well. I think that's gonna be super fun. But I think, like, the soundtrack just needs to cook a little bit more before we do that. Alright, I want to scale up the smoke. So we do linear. Move this up here. Huh? Why not? That's weird. Why is it not growing? Am I just not paying attention? Let me turn off one shot just so I see what's going on. Yeah, I don't get it. Can animated particles not be scaled dynamically? Oh my gosh. Edge Drive just listened to it and pogged. have a feeling I'm gonna pog too when I hear it. I'll be like, can I pog with my model? I don't know. Yeah, my mouth doesn't move to the... Wait, it does. Like, it's when cause like I have to tilt my head to the side to get the pog face, but my side tracking on my mouth does not work in side view. So I might have to do like a manual toggle for it. I'd be willing to though, set that up. Dog developer is real and was located in space of all places. I am happy that I managed to get the E face in though. E. Oh my gosh. But why does this not... I guess that's fine. Maybe what I could do instead is, instead of spawning like in random positions, I could have it be like a spray. Bell Pepper VT, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. I'm just setting up the spaceship. I feel like that specifically is in the background. Okay, I'm gonna do point spawn, and then I'm gonna make these move at a velocity. In full spread. Let's go. Okay. And there's no point having the curve texture. That works, honestly. So I'll make this one shot, just so we can see. Smoke. Okay. Ah! Let me increase the speed of the spread. I think they should last a little bit longer too, maybe? Or I could like dampen, I can make them start faster, but then kind of like dampen. Because the smoke does not really have the impact that I'm looking for yet. So let's see, how can we dampen velocity? There we go. Oh, goodness gracious, what a beautiful model art and setup. Oh, thank you, Val Pepper. I appreciate it. A lot of effort did go into my stream setup. And actually, recently I celebrated the 1-year anniversary of my debut. And I've not changed anything since then. I've gotten a few additional add-ons. Like, my bob cut and glasses that I'm wearing right now are not my default. That's something that I got later on in the year, last year. But like my default look is without the glasses and with a ponytail like this. Yeah. But when I do game dev streams, I kind of like tidy myself up a little bit. But thank you so much. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, my my art mama, like she's super sweet. She's Akihika. And my rig papa is the legendary Kevin, known as KVX Art. He's been doing a lot of models recently for V Shoujo. But I do want to commission him at some point to rig like another outfit for me. But like he keeps himself very busy. But like he's really like pushing the envelope in terms of like VTuber model animations. He recently like learned how to do like a toggle where like VTubers can like lean forward and it looks like they're peeking through the screen. I want to get that if I update my model again someday. Yeah, I've got wings too. And I can hang upside down. My hair looks kind of messy because I'm in bob cut form. Well, yeah, if I do this. And like, I can wrap them around my body. I do this when I want to pretend to hug chat. Hug chat. Yeah, basically what happens, when I go upside down is that it toggles my hair to kind of like an anti-gravity hairstyle. You can kind of see it too. Like I have a toggle for it to go into that hairstyle without having to go upside down. But yeah. Oh, I love my model so much. I wouldn't change a thing about it. It's just like it's very me. Yeah, yes, also I have a chibi form. Hi. It's so cool the way that Kevin does chibi forms. Like, it does not require any dedicated parts separate from your base model. He just scales the existing parts so that it looks like a proper chibi form. You've seen Bat VTubers do the upside down thing before, but that's a great detail. Yeah, and I like the hair physics too. Wow. I'm so glad you like it. Thank you. Wow. Yeah, it's so fun, like, just being able to be this expressive. But, like, when I first started VTubing, I did not spend any money at first. I decided to learn how to use Live 2D, and I made my own model. It was very scuffy, but it kind of, like, gave me, like, a space to kind of explore if VTubing was something I really wanted to do before I committed to, like, spending, like, a bunch of money on, like, models and overlays and stuff. So I'm very glad that I took that first step of just using free assets, and I would highly recommend that people who are interested in VTubing, like, do the same thing. Like, try not to spend any money at first if you can avoid it. Just start streaming, maybe with, like, a PNG image of what you want your character to look like, and just see if it's something that you enjoy first. And then, when you feel like it's whether or not you want to commit to it, then it's all good. You're heckin' inspired? Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. It's always nice to hear when people are kind of, like, inspired to, like, create. Especially if it's because, like, they were in our streams here. Well. Okay, so I feel like this is probably fine now. I could increase the size of the ring, actually. Maybe like change the gold color. Just make it pure white to match the smoke. Pew. Pew. Okay. Let's go. I think that'll work just fine, honestly. So I will separate each individual cannon. Because since each cannon needs 2 particle systems in order to get the effect I want, I will put them all in their own nodes, and then I will just see if we can, like, set the emission that way. Well, either way, it's just better for organizing. Oh, you're working on the Mega Man Zero model kit? That sounds like so much fun. Yeah, like, I recently got my Tails Nendoroid. He's so cute. I kind of, like, next time I get a Nendoroid, I kind of want to have, like, an unboxing stream. Because, like, the last time I had a hand cam stream, I was setting up, like, custom Nintendo Switch Joy-Cons, and that was a lot of fun. Very zen and cozy. Like, my other thought along those lines was to make, like, to do, like Lego hand cam streams, but Legos are so expensive. Like, I really wanted to do, like a stream during October where I made, like, a Lego, like haunted house. But, like, all the haunted houses that I could find, they were so expensive, like upwards of, like, $300. And at that point, it's like, why don't I just, like, actually buy, like, a haunted house model kit that's not Lego? I could make an Nendoroid diorama. That'd be fun, just having them, posing them to kind of like interact with each other. I saw that Good Smile Company recently like launched a new survey. As cause like their I think their 5th anniversary is approaching. Is it 5 years or 10 years? I can't remember, but an anniversary is approaching for Good Smile. So they're running a survey to see what new figures they could add to their pop-up parade lineup. Those are separate from the Nendoroids. They're not chibi. They're like actual like scale models of different characters. And I put my vote in for Hololive and Promise. So I'm really hoping that we get either a Crony Nendoroid or a Crony pop-up parade figure at some point. Or like pretty much anybody in Promise. We have Nendos and pop-up parades of Hololive and Myth, which is really cool to see. But I just like feel, because of this project, I feel like more of a connection to Promise. So like they're the ones that I would actually buy merch of. And I actually did pre-order like a Lot Plus Darkness pop-up parade. I think it was pop-up parade. But like that one looks so beautiful and it matches my gothic aesthetic. So I feel like I had to get it. And it's so cool. I've got Sonic and Tails Nendos. I also have an Undyne Nendo, and I also pre-ordered Knuckles. So in a few months, I'll be able to like put something together with like all of Team Sonic. Yeah, there's an Among Us Nendoroid. It's so cool, and like the custom parts that come with it, like you can like give them like hands and stuff. Yeah, Freedom Planet Nendoroids would be so amazing. I just don't know if we could like figure out the perms for it, because like the Team Lilac is made by different artists outside of the outside of Galaxy Trail. But at least for Nira, it's not a problem, and for like any other character like Murga, for example. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see if we can work something out. Well. Okay, so I feel like I got all the cannons now. So now the tricky part is to actually get them to fire. Which should be pretty simple. It's just a matter of attaching all the particle effects emitting as keyframes. Wait, no. Could I? Okay, never mind. I think this is gonna be the simplest way. Come on. Okay, there we go. We got them all. Yeah, Lilac Nendo would be so cute. So we turn this on here. Turn this on here. Turn this on here. Okay, so this should work. Oh, it's so cool! Fire the cannons! Pew, 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 pew. And since these are simple toggles, we could also dynamically change the speed at which they fire, depending on what we want to do with that. Pew, 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 pew. Oh, this is gonna look so cool. So I feel like, I mean, once all this is set up, of course, I'm gonna try and make like foreground obstacles. Because all the stuff that the ship does will like find its way into the foreground asteroid. But I feel like the cannons would be like the most direct one because they are actually facing us. Will Crony get her other outfits added to the game? I'd love to, but she has so many frames of animation already. It's just not something I'm thinking about right now until we've made more progress in other areas. But it'd be really cool to at least have her casual outfit. I also had a funny idea where, like, if we do have multiple outfits, one of them could literally just be her default outfit, but she's wearing Crocs instead of her normal shoes. Just yellow Crocs. Because it's kind of a meme in her community. And I also really like her outfit with, like, the cloak. She's got, like, a cloak that resembles a snake head, and it's really cool. So this is fine. I think at this point I can now add, like, a script to kind of, like, control all the animations playing. Oh, this is a strangely appropriate song for this part of the game. Okay, Edge Drive suggests Crony, but she's wearing Jordans in that Supreme jacket. Oh, okay. Okay, let's see. I feel like I want to add a unique script. So, where do I want to add it? Do I want to add it to the tile folder? I need to make sure that I am consistent with where I put the script files. Okay. Yeah, I'll just put it in scripts. Objects. Okay. I'll just call this, let's see, background. Call it background ship. There we go. Oh yeah, Crony has incredible drip. Okay, that's a weird DM. Okay, let's see. How am I gonna handle this? Okay, so I need to get a reference to the animation players that we want to use. So let's do var lasers and make it an array of animation players. And we want to export that so I can specify. Export var turret. And then export var cannons. Alright, cool. So, how am I gonna figure out the timing for this? But for now, like, we have the script, so I will just, like, populate it with the stuff that we need. So I think there are 6 lasers. I can really feel, like, the positive impact that actually streaming streaming my work is having on my workflow. Because it's really helping me, like, narrow down my focus and kind of, like, do what I can to make progress for now, even if it's a bit sloppy, and then just, like, tweak it later if I need to. Because I still struggle sometimes, like, you know, the creators struggle to kind of, like, maintain focus when they're, like, trying to figure out the solution of how they want to approach a problem. Like, if you find yourself, like, if I find myself, like, staring at my screen and not really making any progress on anything, that is like my cue to either take a break, like an actual break until I can figure it out, or to kind of like reapproach, like change my approach up. So that is something I very much struggled with, like during Freedom Planet 2's development, especially during the middle of it when I was like not in a good headspace. I would trick myself into thinking that I was working, but in reality I was just like watching YouTube videos all day. But thankfully it was only like for like a specific part, like only for like a few months, and I feel like that was kind of like my brain telling me that I really needed to take like an actual break for a while, which eventually I did, and that really helped. So far I'm still going strong. Well, okay, so that is established. So I feel like just for now, to test how the animations feel, what I will do is in the script, Jonathan, 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 Jonathan. I will just add a timer. To control this behavior, and then I'll also add a variable for what the current weapon that we're using is, making it an integer. So state timer s equals delta. Shanata, Shanata, Shanata. Let me add another variable export var. No, I'll control the weapon delay through hardcode. Actually, no. Weapon delay, make it a float equal to 1, and then like this number will control like the scale of how fast it attacks. Because depending on the what animation we're playing, it could have like different times. You gotta drop off for now? You got a day ahead of you? You haven't had lunch yet? Yes, please eat lunch. I will see you later at Strive. Thank you for hanging out with us. So if state timer... No, I want to do a match for current weapon. And if it's 0, state timer is greater than or equal to... Let's do 3. And then... Okay, the increment will be what controls... Okay. Weapon... delay. Now, I'll call it weapon speed instead, just to be a bit more clear about what it's supposed to do. Weapon speed times delta. And for the state timer, I will start it off at 2 seconds so that we just see the laser beams flying right at the start. So if state timer is greater than or equal to 3, 0, then current weapon gets incremented by 1. And then we add a for loop for I in lasers.size. Lasers I dot play. And what is the name of the animation? Laser. Simple enough. So that handles the lasers. Well, I don't want to play them all at the same time, actually. So I'm gonna handle this. Okay, current. We'll do var current laser turret. If current laser turret is lower than lasers.size, Reset state timer to 0.1. And then we play the current laser turret, and then we kind of like increment that as well. Okay, else. Oh, we'll copy this over. Okay. So this is for lasers. So now in the weapon number 1, we have the Gatling turret. And we'll wait like 3 seconds again. And then once that is all good and dandy, we'll get turret dot play on. I'll just recycle this. And current turret, laser turret equals 0. Like that? Okay, like that. Okay, turn off at this point. Okay, cool. So turret plays here. Current laser turret equals 1. Okay, that should work. And then last but not least, we have the cannons. This song is a banger, but will the train headed for the Mystic Ruins depart soon? Oh. Will it depart soon? That is the thing, isn't it? I feel like I want the Gatling turret to be last, so I'll do cannons as the second one. And it's kind of the same thing as this. Cannons. And we play cannon. And for cannons, we play the reset. And here, I guess current weapon gets set back to 0. Alright, that should work. It's a little sloppy, but it should work. Wow. Okay, where's the asteroid? There it is. Yeah, I can't believe January is almost over already. Oh my goodness. But that bodes well because I'm quite done with winter at this point. I can't wait for spring to come. And we're approaching like that time of year where the days are noticeably starting to get longer. Like, I noticed around dinner time there's still like a sliver of light left on the horizon now. So I can't wait until like we can have dinner and like the sun will still be out. Wow. Okay, let us see if this sequence of animations will work. Ba 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 ba. Almost. I feel like it's taking a little bit too long to kind of like go into the animations. I wonder why that is. Because Because I've got the weapon speed all set there. Okay, laser turret lower than lasers that size. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's going to 0.1 instead of something sooner. So what we need to do is we need to set it to 2.9. Also, I noticed that the lasers were actually visibly showing. So I think we need to fix the default state for all of the lasers. Beam scale 0. Is that? Why is it not? It should work. Okay, I see. So all of them share the same animation player, so I only had to change it once, and it affected all of them. Let's go! Yay for convenience. There we go, now it should play a little nicer. So now let's see if it gives us pretty lights. Well, there we go. Except now it's not... Okay, it is firing the cannons, but I noticed the lasers are on loop. But that looks quite cool. Okay. So, is it because, like, the animation itself is set to loop? It is. Okay. So I will change that. So I noticed that it did play the cannon animation. So it is properly going into that state. Oh, I see what's going on here. It never leaves this because it's looking for current laser turret to be 0 when it should be 1 at that point. Okay. So now... Oh yeah, I did like... kind of like listen to different pirate themes to kind of like understand what makes a song piratey. Nice. Looks so good. And now I know it's just stuck in this final animation. Okay. Probably in the same thing. Yeah, same thing since I copy and pasted the code. I noticed that the cannons kind of take a little while to, like, finish. So I will put that there. But other than that, yeah, it's looking pretty awesome. So now I need to figure out a system for actually spawning in the projectiles in the foreground. So yeah, it will alternate between these 3 attacks. It's basically like a boss fight, except not really being a boss fight since you're not attacking it directly. Nice. Awesome. So every time one of the cannons fires, it would every time one of the lasers fires, it would spawn in like a massive foreground projectile. And I think it would be fun if, cause like the game is pretty clear about explaining that you can reflect any projectile no matter how big it is. So just imagine like a screen filling like laser beam, like moving like at high speed, and you stasis it so it slows down and just reflect it back. That would be so cool. So I'm gonna try that with the red lasers. I think I already started prior to the stream, working on like the big projectiles. Let me see. Okay, yeah, laser huge. So there's this thing. And I feel like maybe this could be... let me see how it looks in motion. Yeah, so that's how it looks in motion, so we'll just kind of like go over like this. These could be the cannonballs, actually. So what I'll do is I'll duplicate. So like laser cannonball. And this huge laser could look a little bit more intangible. We can do this by clearing this animated sprite. And from here, we will kind of play around with these to see what we can find. So how does the scale compare? They're both the same scale. But we want one of them to be smaller. But I wonder what the deal is with the blinking there. So from here, I think... Okay, where's the color stuff? There we go. So we want this to be the same red color that the actual like laser beams are. Ah! What's up, what's up, what's up? What's up? Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're just doing game development stuff. I'm making lasers. Opa. Okay, there's that. I feel like we could give this kind of an orange tint, almost. Is this the front? Okay, yeah, this should be a front. Okay. .6, 1.6. Whoops. So the scale of this is smaller. Why is it blinking like that? I don't think the other lasers blink like that. Do they? Yeah, kind of. But it'll be moving fast enough that hopefully it won't be a problem for visibility. So I kind of want to copy this color ramp. Set the hue to red. Huh, okay. So that's the back. Something like that, I guess. Blah. How did I do it for the other ones? I just need to make this one brighter in color. There we go. Okay, and I just need to make... Oh, I think that's fine, honestly. Pew, pew, pew. It's gonna move in a straight line when it's actually, like, used in game. So it'll really help sell the effect even more. And I might actually want to make it a bit smaller. Let's try 1.2. And then for the inside, 0.8. Okay, that feels a bit more reasonable. Nice. So how big actually is that? We want to adjust the collision shape. And I'm gonna make it a circle collider. Okay, that's about 32 pixels. That's not bad. No, okay, no, the radius is 32, so the size of it's actually 64. Okay.
Okay.
So let's move these.
Let's go.
Shoo! Ooh, 2 banger songs in a row. Of course, my entire playlist is full of bangers, but you know, same vibe, I would say.
Thank you for the stretch.
Good song to stretch to.
Oh,
It feels good.
oh, thank you for hydrate. Wow.
There we go, okay.
Nice.
So now I need to figure out how I'm going to spawn in these laser beams. I feel like we could kind of like just use the player's position. We could use the player's position, we can use the camera position. I think player position is a better bet because just in case the player like pans the camera by looking around, it won't affect where the lasers spawn. And then I'll just make sure to spawn them far enough away that that you won't see them pop in at any point.
So,
Let's see. And since we know that a player object will always exist, I will just grab the player object from the HUD. Ah, where's the script I was just working on? There we go. So now I will add export var projectile laser. Now I have projectile turret. Like conceptually, I think the only difference between each of these projectiles is just how big they are and from what direction they come from. Projectile turret. So I'm thinking the lasers will come in from the top right of the screen and move diagonally downwards. And I'm thinking that the Gatling turret will have like a swarm of smaller projectiles appear. No, wait, okay, I got an idea. So the big red laser beams will come in from the right side of the screen and go straight left. The turret fire will be like a rain of smaller projectiles that kind of come down diagonally from the top right. And then the cannonballs will like come straight down from the top of the screen in rows. So we got projectile, laser, turret, and cannons. I will start with the lasers, but I'll put scene references for the other two. And I haven't made a projectile yet for the Gatling turrets, but honestly, I think I could just use the gold laser projectiles that the keg cannons fire. Can't get enough of you. Just as a placeholder until I make something larger. Large. Projectile laser cannonball as well. So that's good. So, let's see. I feel like I could handle the spawning of the projectiles through the script. I could also call a method. But like through the method, I would need to figure out how to set the offset. Okay, I think it'll still work. So I'll have functions for each of these. Projectile laser for this one. And then this one will be projectile turret. And this one will be projectile cannon. And I'll swipe projectile spawning code from another enemy. Let's do from the Humax, because they're the most similar to what I want to do. Lasers. If not projectile laser, if no projectile laser scene reference exists, return. So from here we can instantiate, and we're going to set. Let's see. Let's set the speed to like -800 and see how that feels. Then set this to 0. Is that good? Why is it not? Oh, okay. We don't have a faction specified. Export var faction. Make it a string and just call it spaceship. That determines what kinds of enemies that it can damage with its projectiles. So, like, since this is a spaceship class, it will damage anything that is not also part of the spaceship faction. Oh, ha, so you're gonna head off now? Oh, thank you so much for hanging with us. Is it allowed to play Driftville City from Pokemon Black and White? I don't know, is it? I haven't had any problems yet with like copyright bonking for Pokemon music. Lockdown B. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. What'd you miss? You missed most of the stream, but I'm still doing some coding for like a background spaceship that fires like lasers and cannonballs and stuff into the foreground. So pretty soon we'll start seeing a little bit of action before we wrap things up. So now there's this. I feel like... Okay, yeah, they would all start from the same X position, so A dot global position dot X equals... Well, I better set what the player origin point is first. Var target. Vector 2 equals game settings dot get HUD dot target player. Dot global position. I think that's what it is. Let me double check. Yep, target player. So global position equals target dot x, and then we'll let's see. Let's do like a 1000. So that way, like the lasers spawn like way ahead of the asteroid that we're actually standing on. So there's no chance that they'll spawn inside a wall. Actually, let's do like, yeah, let's do like 1200. Using GD script? Yeah, I'm using GD script. Like it kind of surprises me with how much you can do with it once you learn the syntax. But it's nice to know that you can use C# as like a fallback in case there's something specific that you need to do that is just like easier to perform in C#. Okay, laser huge. I need to make sure that it actually lasts long enough. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll do 5 seconds. That should be enough. Okay, background ship. So, for now, I think what I'll do... Oh, okay, I got an idea. So, a.global_position.y equals target.y minus, let's do minus 400 plus current laser turret times 80? How many turrets are there again? 6. Okay. So this way, let's do 100. That should work out pretty well, I think. So now, at this point... Ledge! Never change page. She barky. She barky so much. Okay. Let's see if this works.
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? Dog barky. Oh wait, I should check and see what kind of explosion spawns. It's a big explosion, so I guess that'll work. But I feel like the big explosion object does too much damage, so I'll probably like make a separate one that does less damage but still has the knockback. Okay, the lasers did the fire in the background, but I'm not sure if they spawned in the foreground. Let me pause the game at this point. So there should have been some spawning in the background. I'm gonna go into the remote tree just to see. Okay, I see that some lasers do exist. What are their coordinates? They're very far away from for some reason. What the heck? Alright, I'm gonna see what's up. They're very far away from where they're supposed to be. Okay, so target. Yeah, that should be what that is there. Because we're getting the global position here. Is there another variable called target, maybe? I do see some error messages in debug. Oh, that's fine. It's nothing. How do we set this? I also feel like I need to start the player off where there's actually cover. So one way we could accomplish that is by going into the tile set and just kind of like... Da 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 da. Just doing this. I could move this over here. Da 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 da. That way they're not blindsided by lasers that they're not expecting at the start of the level. Okay. I don't know what the case is with this thing here. Maybe I could try printing what target actually is, just to make sure that the values aren't off. Ba 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 ba. Okay, let me try that again. And I'm gonna pay attention to the console so that I actually see what set of coordinates it's getting. Okay, I think it's actually quite reasonable. I think it's where it's supposed to be. It's just that they're not showing up for some reason. But they are being created properly. What's our Y coordinate for the player? So we are starting 6848, so it's about where it should be. I don't understand. Is it because the projectiles are moving too slowly to actually be seen in any capacity? Like they're spawning too far away? I think that might be the case. So let me try spawning them a little bit closer. A little bit higher and lower. Da da ba da ba 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 da ba ba ba. Okay, also I need to double check and see if there's any like okay, no, there's no off-screen deactivators attached to them, so it should be fine. Ah, okay, hold on. Wah, wah, wah. Like, they're not spawning too far away from our position, so I'm not entirely sure. Where they are. Now, just for giggles, I'm gonna spawn them, like, directly above us. And see if that does anything. Like, target X. Minus 200, minus 100. Okay, let's do that. And see if we get lasers, like, directly above us. We do. Okay, okay. I guess my measurements were off. Dun -dun. Okay, so from here, we can safely go up here, and then we will add current laser turret times 100. And we'll do, like, I don't know, 400. Okay, so from here... Yeah, I feel like I also need to change, like, the explosion type, so I'll do that real quick. I'll do an explode spray. Something else I feel like might be beneficial, just so that players aren't blindsided, is I will add another sprite as a part of the system. And the way it'll work is that it'll be like a light. And I'm gonna stretch it out really far. And it'll be like a red light. So that way when it's moving, you'll see that like there's kind of like a light going in, appearing. I'll give it additive blending too. Make it a bit larger so it matches the width of our projectile. Let's give it 30, actually. Okay, so that way we'll actually get like a fair warning as it's moving across the screen. So from here, do I have this set? I wonder. Okay, I don't want it rotating, because then this thing's gonna rotate. So it's not gonna rotate to the velocity. Okay, let's give that a shot and see how it feels. Let's go! Blah, blah, blah. Ah, there. You see him up there? I'll just patiently wait for more lasers to fire. Nice. Okay, yeah, like that glow is really gonna help. So I see that they're all spawning at the same height, so I think it's not correctly reading like what the current like laser turret is supposed to be. So what I'll do instead is I'll do var current height. Actually, wait, yeah. Okay, current height. Float. And I'll do negative 200 to start. Plus current height. And then after this, I'll increment current height every time a laser successfully spawns by 100. And if the current height exceeds 200, we'll set it back to negative 200. And then when we originally enter the laser state once again, we'll set current height back to negative 200. I'll do something similar with the offsets for like the cannonballs that come straight down. And the way that I will, the way I feel like I should set up both of them maybe is so that like if the player is like standing still, then the offset sets mean that they won't ever really get hit. It's only if they try to move from their spot. So that way you're not like caught off guard like when they start to level and the ship starts firing at them. Something else I could do is I could make it so that only after they pass a certain X coordinate, that's when the ship actually starts engaging its weapons. Which probably is like the smarter move. So what's our current X position? So we can make it so that they have to like walk over this hill before it happens. So, activation X. Float equals 500. And I'll add a new boolean. Is active bool. And this timer only increments if is active. And then else, we will check if the target player's global X position is past the X coordinate that we want to start firing the weapon. Greater than activation X. There we go. And I feel like we could actually start the state timer at 9. Wait, no, 2.9. Okay, so it'll immediately start firing as soon as we cross that threshold. Wow. Yeah, this is kind of like one of the last phases of setting setting up a gameplay element, is doing difficulty balancing, so that the challenge feels fair. Huh? Why not? Okay, let me check if there's actually a player to begin with. So else var p equals. Okay. Okay, that should work maybe. Because sometimes the order of execution is not quite what you expect. So maybe the player object is not initialized before the ship. No? That wasn't it? Vector 2 and float. Oh, I see. I forgot. I did a boo-boo. I did a boo-boo. Ah! Okay. Okay. Yeah, I noticed kind of a design flaw with the glow, the warning glow, is that if the lasers spawn past the wall, it kind of blinks in and out. So I might have to do a ray cast instead to see if the projectile is being blocked by terrain. But now I want to test if I can actually reflect these. Come on. Almost. Oh, almost. I feel like I need to change the frame rate of the particle generator. Almost. Come on. Come at me, bro. Come on. They keep hitting me before I can reflect them. But it's nice to know that we can avoid damage with stasis at least. Let's go! I reflected it. Oh, it feels good to reflect massive projectiles like that. But it's definitely not something that we should expect the players to be able to do, because the timing is very tight because of how fast that they spawn in. Okay, so yeah, I need to reapproach the glowy stuff based on that. I could spawn them farther away, don't know. I'll have to think about it, but in the meantime, I can change the frame rate that these projectiles are at, just so that when they're slowed down, it isn't quite as choppy. So I'll double the frame rate and see if that feels better. Barky! Tudge! She Barky! Barky, Barky. Okay. Oh. Nice! Oh, that feels cool. I honestly kind of feel like maybe the lasers need to be a bit smaller in width. Nice! Nice. That's so cool. Ah! Let's go. Well, hello, Mr. 354. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Can you send the laser back to the ship? That was my original idea, is that you'd be able to fight the ship by reflecting its projectiles back at it, but I honestly don't feel like players will maybe understand how it's supposed to work that way. So I think instead what I'll do is that I'll make it so that the player has to kind of like reach certain locations in the asteroid where they can basically like hurl chunks of the asteroid back at the ship. And that's how its shields end up getting disabled, and then you can board it. The music feels randomly distorted. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Scrolling through the positivity tag and found you. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, we keep it chill here. We keep it good vibes. Well, I mean, I'm not afraid to get serious every now and then, but like, it's more about like being like relaxing, you know? Because I feel like I'm kind of like a low energy streamer most of the time. Oh, thank you so much, Ungabunga. Thank you. Appreciate that. But yeah, like, I usually,
Mike Harvey Art gifted a tier 1 sub to Ungabunga 354. They have given 266.
Thank you, Mike. You're so sweet.
Channel.
But yeah, like, I usually stream game development stuff every Friday. My stream time, anytime I stream, is usually like 1 p.m. Eastern, unless I'm doing collabs. And I usually stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Tuesdays and Thursdays, I usually play, like, you know, like speedy platform games such as Mega Man and Sonic, for example. Those are my forte. Occasionally I'll mix it up with other kinds of games. But like this past month I've been streaming nothing but Mega Man games, and like, I call it Mega Manuary. And we got like one more Tuesday in January, so I should be able to play just one more Mega Man game before the month is over. But then, I'm not sure what I could play after that. I feel like I want to play Shadow the Hedgehog again, because I missed a few of the stages because I played the Reloaded mod that made it so that you only need to get 3 of the endings instead of all 10 in order to experience the true ending. And I heard that like some of the stages that I did not like play yet, I heard are some of the best in the game. So I kind of want to do another Shadow run next week. But of course I'll keep you all posted. I think this is a good place to wrap it up, but I hope this was an educational experience. So, through this entire stream, we drew asteroid terrain. We set up the tile set for it. We set up all the cool like lasers and cannons and stuff on the background spaceship in Battleship Aquamarine, and then we also made it so that the lasers actually spawn in and serve as obstacles for the player in this first section. Off stream, I will continue to work on other projectiles that the ship hurls at you, and then also work on a mechanic that will allow you to attack it back. And I'll make it so that you can actually like damage it and then board the ship once its shields are disabled. So I think it'll be really fun. Wago Gas! Thank you so much, Mike, for the 4 gifted subbies. Oh, you've gifted 270 subs in the channel? That's insane. Thank you so much. Oh, you need to make your gift count 270. Thank you for welcoming me in the sub, and I'll see you next time. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Stones! Yeah! We have a new record!
So I'll keep you posted about my schedule. I will throw a link to my Twitter account just in case you want to keep tabs. There you go. And then you can find like my card page on there too in case you want to like hop in the Discord server sometime, but no pressure. Next week I should have my schedule ready sometime around Monday, and I'll pick another Mega Man game, and then maybe like we'll do like a run of Shadow the Hedgehog, maybe just like pivot back to Sonic stuff for February, but we'll see. Wish you a good weekend. Thank you. But yeah, let's see if there's somebody we can raid. I know that like a few of my friends have been pushing for partner lately, so they've been streaming like almost every day, but I do not see them online yet. Let's see, Diki64 is playing Ocarina of Time Randomizer. That's interesting. Mega G Wolf's playing Pal World. See, Eurobeat is streaming. She's doing Just Chatting. Kemiya Mistwalker is playing Pokemon Black and White. We've been talking a lot of Pokemon this stream, so why don't we raid Kemiya? Raid Kemiya Mistwalker. She's playing Black and White 2, it looks like, which is a game I have not played, so I probably won't stick around just in case there's spoilers. But I'll stay in there long enough to say hi and give her my well wishes. But yeah, I hope you have fun watching Kemiya play Pokemon Black and White 2, and thank you so much for watching another game dev stream. It was nice to get back into the groove after a couple weeks of not being able to, due to various things. But it was nice. And then I want to have another dev stream next week if I can. But I guess it depends. It depends on when Yomi wants to collab with me. She did mention that might happen on the 30th, but I don't know yet. I'll keep you all posted on that on social media. So without further ado, I shall bid you all adieu. Thank you all so much for hanging with me today, and I hope you have the best of weekends, and I'll see you all again soon. Bets are up. Bye.